The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 22, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Randy Fine to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3, 2025, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leader and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Pelosi, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of one of the bedrock principles of our economy, the independence of the Federal Reserve Board. For more than a century, the Federal Reserve has served as a cornerstone of the economic system of our country, tasked with safeguarding price stability, maximizing employment, preserving the health of our country, independent from political pressure, insulated from partisanship, and rooted in data and principle. When I first came to Congress, Mr. Speaker, I was a member of what was then called the Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee, now Financial Services. And at that committee, as it is today under the new name, we heard from the chair of the Fed on a specific amount of time required by Congress on two subjects. According to the Humphrey Hawkins law, they would report to us on inflation, and they would report on unemployment, unemployment. And that was their part of the purview in their communication with Congress that was required on a regular basis. I heard one of the chairs of the Fed say unemployment is dangerously low. Scared me to death. How could it be? But he was reporting as to its impact on inflation. One thing that was when I was a new member. When I was Speaker, I said to our members who said frequently, why don't we have the Fed be more accountable to us? I said it has to be independent. They have their own funding. They don't have to depend on us for that because their independence is essential. Any of us who had economics in college or beyond knows that independence of the Fed is essential to the respect that our country commands in terms of our own economy throughout the world. The chairman of the Fed is the chair of the central banks, serves as a chair of the central banks globally. And it can't be a party hack. It can't be somebody who's there because the president wants to create interest rates. That's not what the president's job is, to create interest rates. It's the it's the Federal Reserve Board that does that. So it's really important. And I come to you on this day to say this because of the rumors that we hear of the flirtation with making the Fed just a handmaiden of the presidency. It would be wrong. It would be wrong to do. It would be wrong to do, and we would be viewed disrespectfully if we were ever to go down that path. Now, this comes at a time when we are observing the 15th anniversary of the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act. As some of us here know who've served with Barney Frank, he was then the chair of the then Financial Services Committee and a master of his agenda there. And Senator Dodd from Connecticut was on the Senate side with that. It was necessary, Mr. Speaker, because of what was happening in the financial community. The banks were, it was awful. It was horrible. But you all know that in September of 2008, we were told that our financial system was melting down. It was doing so because of, well, I've written about it in my book, and I won't go through the whole thing right now, but because of what was happening terribly in the financial system by the banks and financial services, financial institutions. What happened? Millions of people lost money, trillions of dollars from the wealth of the country, millions of people losing their jobs, so many losing their homes, losing their savings and the rest. So this bill was necessary. Of course, after the bill was passed, and to this day, still the banks and other financial institutions try to undermine it and weaken it. The Volcker rule of former chair of the Fed, who had a bill provision in there, was for the security of our economic system. So these notions that they're putting forth of making the Fed a party hack, it's just so very wrong. Just so very wrong. And just say this, again, in school you probably learned of fiscal policy, and that's what the Congress of the United States does. We create the budget of the United States. And the monetary policy, fiscal here, monetary at the Fed, establishing the rates in terms of relating to inflation. So let's disabuse ourselves of notions when instead we need serious ideas about how to make our economy work for the American people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller-Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to announce I'm introducing legislation to designate the United States Postal Service facility located at 1019 Avenue H in Fort Madison, Iowa, as the Martin L. Graber Post Office. Martin served our country for 32 years in the Iowa National Guard. He was a devoted public servant, a principled legislator, and a man of deep faith who lived to serve others. He always put Southeast Iowa first and made everyone around him feel seen, heard, and valued. Alongside his beloved wife, Connie, Martin helped lead one of Fort Madison's most iconic traditions and events, the Tri-City Rodeo. Together, they were the heart and soul of that event, which draws visitors from not only across the region and the tri-state area, but across the country. And it showcases the best of our community. Their dedication to the rodeo reflects the same commitment they brought to everything they touched: family, service, and community. To Connie, their daughters and granddaughters, thank you for sharing Martin with all of us. His legacy of service and leadership in Lee County and in Fort Madison in particular has left a mark that won't fade. Naming the Fort Madison Post Office in his honor is a small but lasting tribute to a man who gave so much to the place he loved. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say happy birthday to Blake Dickerson. Wish him a very wonderful day. Happy birthday, Blake. With that, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of U.S. Army Specialist Javier Villanueva, a patriot, a son, a husband, a father, and an American hero. Javier Villanueva lived a life defined by character, integrity, and selflessness. These values were instilled in him from an early age, especially by his father, U.S. Army veteran Wilfredo Rivera. During a recent visit to Puerto Rico, I had the honor of meeting with Wilfredo, and we spoke about the extraordinary young man Javier was. We talked about his moral compass, his commitment to service, and the strength that shaped his life and sacrifice. In 2003, Javier followed in his father's footsteps and joined the Army, where he served with distinction in Company H, 2nd Battalion, 11th Infantry, and was later deployed to Iraq, where he served with honor until his life was tragically cut short on November 24th, 2005. Javier embodied the very best of who we are as a nation. His sacrifice is a solemn reminder that the freedoms we hold dear come at an immense cost. He gave everything for people he would never meet and for ideals we must never take for granted. Javier is survived by his wife, Felicia, and daughter, Talia, his parents, Christine and Wilfredo, and his brothers, Command Sergeant Major Wilfredo Rivera and Chief Warrant Officer 3, Carlos Rivera. As a member of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, I carry stories like Javier's with me every day. They remind me of the sacred obligation that we have to support every veteran who comes home and honor every fallen hero with the dignity that they've earned. Specialist Villanueva's courage, leadership, and selflessness will never be forgotten. May Javier Villanueva rest in peace. May God protect his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of James M. Kapsiak, a proud Buffalonian, a devoted educator, and a beloved pillar of our community whose life was defined by service. Jim was the embodiment of selflessness, whether in the classroom, on the basketball court, or in the pews of his church. After earning his master's degree from the University of Buffalo, Jim dedicated 33 years to Emerson Vocational High School, where he taught physical education, health, and computer technology. Outside the classroom, Jim was a leader on the court and the field, coaching numerous sports at Emerson and leaving a lasting legacy as a proud coach of the girls' basketball team. With every student, he brought patience and compassion, meeting them where they were and helping them to grow. His passion reflected a deep commitment to helping young people build confidence, discipline, and a belief in themselves that would carry them through life. Jim's service didn't stop at the school doors. He served with distinction as a representative for the Buffalo Teachers Federation and remained active in civic life through his work at the Erie County Voter Registration Office. As a deacon, mentor, coach, and friend, Jim gave his time and heart generously to those around him. But above all else, he was a family man. He is survived by his devoted wife, Mary Ruth, his children, Jennifer and Bradford, and his grandsons, Noah, Aiden, and Blake, each a testament to his love and his legacy. Jim's decades of service were rooted in love for his community, and his impact will be felt for generations. On behalf of our entire Western New York community and a grateful nation, may Jim Kapsiak rest in peace. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Sarah Doxey, a devoted wife, mother, and respected healthcare leader in Spokane, whose life was tragically taken last week while out for her morning jog. Sarah served as Chief Operating Officer of Chaz Health and spent her career lifting up others. From her work at Providence to Chaz and beyond, she led with vision, compassion, and a deep commitment to her community. She made a lasting impact on healthcare in Eastern Washington. Sarah is survived by her husband, Eric, and their 2 teenage children. Their loss is unimaginable, and it is a loss felt deeply by the entire Spokane community. May her memory live on in the lives she touched. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week I had the privilege of meeting with a group of outstanding students from the Washington Future Farmers of America. These young leaders come from diverse agricultural backgrounds. One from a grain farming family, a dedicated cattle showman, an experienced horse rider, all deeply rooted in rural Washington. Our conversation highlighted how growing up in farming communities shapes their values: hard work, responsibility, and a strong connection to the land. Their experiences keep them grounded and committed to preserving the future of agriculture. The Future Farmers of America plays a critical role in educating and inspiring the next generation of agricultural leaders. It was inspiring to hear firsthand how these students are embracing that responsibility with humility, passion, and purpose. I truly valued our conversation and look forward to strengthening this connection and championing the FFA's mission to inspire and empower the next generation of agricultural leaders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. . ' Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember and honor Brian Bramman, a true Spokane legend whose life was inspiring as it was beautiful. It was a long way from his tough upbringing in eastern Washington. Brian was born in Spokane's Hilliard neighborhood and, along with his sisters, was raised alone by their mother, Tina Bramman Fields, after their father abandoned them. His childhood in Hilliard, Cheney, and North Spokane was marked by instability and hardship, including periods of homelessness. Despite these challenges, Brian's deep Spokane roots and the strength of his family shaped a resilient young man, determined to rise above adversity. That determination would go on to define his life and his career. Brian attended Shadle Park High School, where he was an outstanding track and field athlete before deciding to join the football team. With exceptional athletic talent and unwavering resilience, he conquered every obstacle in his life, ultimately rising to prominence as an NFL linebacker and earning a Super Bowl ring with the Philadelphia Eagles in 2018. Known for his relentless spirit and generosity, even in his final days, Brian rallied family and friends for a joyful ice cream night during the final stages of his battle with cancer. His spirit was and remains unbreakable. Brian passed away last week, but his legacy lived on in his daughters, Blakely and Marlo, his family, and all who were fortunate to know him. Spokane is proud to call Brian Bramman one of its own, and his beautiful life will continue to inspire us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to address the House for 5 minutes, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to speak truth to power, as well as speak truth about power. I rise to speak truth about what's happening to the Palestinians in Gaza. I rise to ask, what do you call it when you have a group of people who are being denied food, denied the very essence and necessities of life, when you're destroying their homes, when you're destroying their schools, when you're destroying their churches, their infrastructure? What do you call it when you do this to them as a group? Collective punishment. It is called collective punishment, Mr. Speaker. And what do you call it when you have a group of people who are being pushed around, pushed from one end of Gaza to the other, when they are literally being slaughtered as they are seeking food? What do you call it when people say that they ought to be removed from their land? You call it ethnic cleansing, Mr. Speaker. And what do you call it when it appears to me that there is a deliberate, systemic effort to destroy in whole or in part the Palestinian people, to destroy them in whole or in part? We are witnessing before our very eyes, Mr. Speaker, genocide in Gaza, and we say nothing. I am amazed at how this country that stands for liberty and justice for all, this country that has a Statue of Liberty, how this country can see what's happening in Gaza and not call it what it is. There's a fear among us. We refuse to speak truth to power. We refuse to speak truth about power. Well, today, I'm going to do it. And I'm doing it because these are precious babies that are being slaughtered. You see the bodies. You see the homes. You see the infrastructure. But you say nothing? Who are we? What is wrong with us? What is going on? Well, here's what's going on. We have an authoritarian leader who is supporting another authoritarian leader. our president, the Prime Minister of Israel, they are working together, and they are doing this. Our president said there would be hell to pay if they did not move or if they did not surrender. Not in those exact words, but that was his intentionality. And he's talking about the people of Gaza now. I'm not talking about Hamas that did a dastardly deed. What Hamas did can never be justified. They were wrong, but you can't justify what's happening in Israel right now. It is collective punishment. It is ethnic cleansing, and it is genocide. So, Mr. President, Donald John Trump, I say to you, Mr. President, you've been trying to hide from this. But, Mr. President, you can't hide. I charge you with genocide. Mr. Netanyahu, you are the perpetrator. I charge you with genocide. And also, I want this Congress to know that I voted against sending any additional monies to Israel for munitions. I voted against it. And this genocide is going to continue until we have the courage to say no more. No more money to kill babies. No more money to say you're going to move people and create some sort of Riviera on the Mediterranean. No more. I will not vote for any more money. I stand where I stand. I said what I said, and I mean what I mean. We cannot, as a great nation, continue to stand silent as we see collective punishment, ethnic cleansing, and genocide in Gaza committed against people and children. We can't stand silent. History will not be kind to us.
The gentleman's time has expired. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker,
Bonus.
if you've ever played the game of golf in Mississippi heat, you know the game gives way to nothing. The course doesn't care about your story, but every now and then someone comes along who plays the game with so much heart, so much resolve, it demands our respect. Dawson Thompson is one of those people. Raised in Pascagoula and born with achondroplasia, Dawson never asked for shortcuts, even after surgeries, even when given permission to ride a cart. He walked every hole, every round, because that's what his competitors were doing, and that's because that's who Dawson is. Earlier this month, Dawson competed in the U.S. Adaptive Open, one of the most competitive and inspiring stages in golf. He carried not just his clubs, but the hopes of a town, a state, and anyone who's ever been told a dream was out of reach. Mr. Speaker, Dawson Thompson didn't just represent Pascagoula, Mississippi with pride. He showed the nation what quiet strength and true perseverance looks like. I'm proud to congratulate him on his remarkable achievement, and I know the entire 4th District joins me in celebrating his journey and hoping this is just the beginning. Congratulations, Dawson. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and revise the still matter.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor and commemorate the extraordinary service and enduring legacy of the 688th Central Postal Directory Battalion, known with pride and reverence as the 6888. Formed in 1944 during World War II, the 6888 was the first and only all-black, all-female battalion deployed overseas in the United States military history comprising over 850 courageous women from the Women's Army Corps, the WACs. The unit represented 32 states across our nation, many trained at Fort Des Moines, Iowa, a rare opportunity afforded to African American women at the time. These women answered the call to serve their country, despite the dual burdens of racism and sexism, which too often obscured their contributions. Yet their mission was essential. Deployed to England and later France, the 6888 was tasked with clearing an enormous backlog of more than 17 million pieces of undelivered mail, reconnecting American troops with their loved ones, operating in grueling conditions, cold, dark, and often dangerous warehouses. They worked around the clock in 3 shifts, accompanying in just 3 months what had been projected to take 6. Their guiding motto, no mail, low morale. It was more than a slogan, it was a lifeline. By restoring vital communication between soldiers and their families, they uplifted the spirit of the armed forces and strengthened the emotional backbone of a nation at war. Despite their unprecedented success, the women of the 6888 returned home to a country that failed to properly recognize their valor. For decades, their contributions were left out of the mainstream military narrative. That silence began to break, though, in 2022, when Congress passed and the President signed the 6888 Congressional Gold Medal Act, affirming that these women's sacrifice and excellence are integral to our national story. Let the record show, let the record reflect, the 6888 was not merely a military unit. It was a living testament to discipline, resilience, and the unyielding patriotism of Black women in service to a country had yet to fully serve them in return. As we enter this legacy into the congressional record, I call upon my colleagues and future generations to honor the 6888 not only in commemoration, but in our ongoing pursuit of justice, equity, and historical truth. It is recognized that August 10th, 2025 is 6888 Day in Illinois, and I urge all residents across the nation to honor the service, sacrifice, and legacy of the women of the 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion. The women served in the 68 Battalion from Illinois are listed in this communique. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank them for their service and dedication, and yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am sad to say that I rise today to pay respects to my friend, a colleague, a man I served for many years in the Minnesota legislature with, and a kind and good man, Senator Bruce Anderson. He passed away unexpectedly, leaving Minnesota and his family to mourn the loss of a great man. A Navy veteran of the Vietnam War, he was an advocate for veterans and for rural communities, and a man I was honored to serve with. He will be missed, he will be deeply missed by so many of us, and I send my deepest condolences to his family and all of those who knew him, and I will keep them all and him in my prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to extend my sympathy to the Wellew family of Milroy following the tragic loss of Melvin in a farming accident. Melvin was born and raised in Milroy, a third-generation farmer, a lifelong active member of St. Michael's Catholic Church, and an amateur historian. He loved his Milroy community, reviving the Milroy Fun Fest and following the local sports teams closely. He loved spending time with his children and taking his grandchildren on tractor rides around the farm. He loved his wife, Bev, and their Saturday night dates. I send my deepest condolences to the Wellew family as they navigate through this difficult time. I will be keeping Melvin, his family, and the community of Milroy in my prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Amo, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a recently passed giant of the labor movement in Rhode Island and around the country, Arthur Coyer. Labor was the heart and soul of Arthur Armand Coyer. He was born into a family of labor leaders. As a member of Local 271 in Providence since his teenage years, he worked in construction while going to Providence College and attending law school. He was always close to his union roots. A union man through and through, he dedicated his life to expanding workers' organizing rights. He fought for the right to earn a fair paycheck and have dignity and safety on the job. He started out as a business manager of the Rhode Island Laborers District Council and rose to become the general president of LIUNA and vice president of the AFL-CIO. Arthur worked tirelessly to make life better for the working men and women of our country. He helped found the Laborers Health and Safety Fund of North America, transforming job site safety and the Laborers Employers Cooperation and Education Trust, helping union labor train workers and expand market share. There is no doubt that his work saved lives, prevented accidents, and helped union labor gain new opportunities in the 21st century. Arthur was not only a labor leader, he was also a dedicated father, grandfather, husband, and friend. My thoughts are with his family at this incredibly difficult time. But I hope they, as I do, take heart in his service to the movement and to others. His contributions will not be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, Alan Hassenfeld, a titan in Rhode Island, spent his life bettering the lives of countless individuals in our country and around the world. Born in Providence in 1948, Alan dedicated his professional life to bringing joy to generations of children as the CEO of his family's company, Hasbro Toys. Alan helped the company acquire quintessential children's brands like Play-Doh, Monopoly, and Nerf, and took their iconic tuber, Mr. Potato Head, to new heights in the Hollywood film Toy Story. Growing up in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, I have found memories of Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head statues popping up all across Rhode Island. Under Alan's guidance, Hasbro teamed up with our state for a tourism campaign featuring the whimsical statues of the Spud made by local artists, highlighting the Ocean State's role as the birthplace of fun. But it was outside the toy chest that Alan's incredible civic spirit and unmatched generosity shone. His contributions to Rhode Island civic life were numerous and impactful. Alan spearheaded a political ethics reform movement, pioneered concepts of social responsibility at the corporate level by working to end the use of child labor in toy production supply chains. He invested in generations of public sector leaders, founded the Hassenfeld Child Health Innovation Institute at Brown University to improve family mental health, created Rhode Island for Gun Safety to promote common sense gun reform, and perhaps most notably provided the vision and the founding donation for Hasbro Children's Hospital in Providence. Thanks to Alan, Rhode Island is home to a world-class pediatric healthcare facility providing for the specialty and emergency needs of the littlest New Englanders. Alan was a philanthropist, businessman, and reformer, but most important, He was a dear friend, husband, stepfather, uncle, and granddad. Before taking this office and once sworn in, Alan provided me wise counsel, sharing pragmatic, solutions-oriented advice on how to be of service and make change. Alan exemplified community spirit and dedication to others, business acumen, incredible generosity, friendship, and of course, leadership. He represented the best of Rhode Island, and he will be truly and deeply missed. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, honored members, on February 25, 1846, beleaguered residents of Nauvoo, Illinois began leaving their homes and farms behind, crossing the frozen Mississippi River by ferry and wagon to escape persecution. Only the sickest and poorest remained behind, and even they were finally forced out by mob action. All crossed Iowa to Nebraska, just north of Omaha, their winter quarters on the Missouri River. Why do I bring up these sad memories from long ago? Utah still celebrates the day when they finally arrived at a place of safety, the Valley of the Great Salt Lake, on July 24th, 1847. July 24th is the state holiday for Utahns. Those hardy, resilient pioneers, carrying with them the sick and desperately poor from burning Nauvoo, found temporary refuge among the kind members of the Omaha tribe. They made an agreement with the Omaha through their chief, Big Elk, who welcomed the pioneers, understanding the trouble they had recently escaped. The pioneers would stay in residence, building houses, planting gardens and fields, and then move on after years to ensure all their numbers had enough time and resources to make the trip west. Afterwards, the improvements would belong to the Omaha. This vanguard party of 148 pioneers who had been on the road for 111 days followed Brigham Young down Emigration Canyon into the Salt Lake Valley. They immediately began organizing a community, diverting water for irrigation, plowing fields, and planning their first city, Salt Lake City, our state's capital. Salt Lake was founded that very day. Denver wasn't founded until 1858. So was Carson City, Phoenix in 1867, Boise in 1863, Helena in 1864. Of all Western states' capital cities, only New Mexico's, Albuquerque, is older than Salt Lake. From that small beginning of 148 souls, a city and metro area population of over 1.2 million and a state population of over 3.5 million have grown. From that small beginning, a mighty state has grown with an annual GDP of over $234 billion. Utah has 3 research universities, 4 regional universities, and other great institutions of higher education. Utahns value education, and we are good at it. The Salt Lake City metro area has professional sports teams competing at the highest level with basketball, the Utah Jazz, soccer, Real Salt Lake, and hockey, the Utah Mammoth. They have already hosted the Winter Olympic Games and are set to host another in 2034. If you travel across the state, you'll find communities with baseball fields, football fields, soccer fields, pickleball courts, tennis courts, swimming pools, ski resorts, and golf courses. Utahns value sports, and we are good at them. Utah is an international center for technology, including space tech. Just south of Salt Lake is a business park called Silicon Slopes. About 100 miles north of Salt Lake is a space dynamics laboratory. Utahns value technology and research, and we are good at them. Utahns may leave Utah, but they take Utah with them wherever they go. The football coach who takes the job in the Big Ten, the medical school graduate who interns at Brigham and Women's, the ROTC grad who learns to fly in Enid, Oklahoma, and the mother of 5 who gets that promotion and follows her work to Seattle. All of them take a piece of Utah with them. And on July 24th, you may just see every one of them pulling kids in a wagon in a neighborhood parade, or hear them singing a pioneer song, or making the trek downtown to the shelter to drop off bedding and clothing. Each in his way honors July 24th, and I ask you today to honor those long-dead pioneers as well as those whose hearts hold Utah close. This place west of the Great Divide and east of Salt Flats, north of the Grand Canyon and south of lava flows and potato fields of Idaho is my home. I wasn't born in Utah. In fact, my father wasn't even born in this country. I'm a pioneer like my brother and sister Utahns. Just like those 148 brave and desperate souls, I have made this place my home. I, like Brigham Young and those other 3.5 million souls, came to this place, saw that it was good, and said, "This is the right place. Drive on." Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow the House of Representatives will be taking up H.R. 4275, the Coast Guard Reauthorization Act of 2025. That is the biannual legislation that updates and codifies changes and reforms to America's oldest continuous maritime service, the Coast Guard. It's actually called the First Fleet because technically, the Coast Guard is older than the U.S. Navy. This bill contains many good bipartisan provisions that, again, are addressing many of the challenges that the Coast Guard faces every day, whether it's drug interdiction, obviously doing the work in terms of our coastal littoral regions of the country and making sure that we have safe passage of commercial and civilian maritime activity. Included is a provision to reach out to a great ally, Finland, to update and modernize our icebreaker fleet, which again, our Polar Star large icebreaker is now 50 years old, and it is long past due, particularly with the challenges in the Arctic with Russia and China, to make sure that we update and modernize our Coast Guard and icebreaking fleet. This bill also contains a long overdue provision to reform the Coast Guard statutes regarding protecting victims of sexual assault and harassment, both within the Coast Guard service and also the Coast Guard Academy. I represent New London, Connecticut, which is home to the Coast Guard Academy. It's an outstanding institution that builds future leaders for the Coast Guard. It actually has a large international contingent of allies such as Iceland, Pacific Island nations that come to learn really at the cutting edge institution in terms of coastal activities that are there. But like all the military academies, there has been a shadow of, unfortunately, activity regarding female cadets over the years that have had to really put up with totally unacceptable conduct and really forcing them into almost an impossible position in terms of reporting this activity over the years. The bill includes a safe to report policy which will protect members reporting sexual assault. Again, sometimes incidents occur where there may be minor misconduct issues that both the victim and the perpetrator are involved in, and that risk of being punished for those minor misconduct has really inhibited people to come forward and report sexual assault. This is an issue which was the subject of exhaustive hearings at the Oversight Committee over really the last 8 years. Our dear belated Congressman Elijah Cummings conducted many of those hearings. There were brave whistleblowers that came forth. Dr. Kim Young McClear, who is now retired commander in the Coast Guard, testified before that committee and talked about, again, some of the hard experiences that she went through. Other military academies, West Point, Annapolis, have actually adopted safe to report policies, and tomorrow's bill will get the Coast Guard Academy in line with those institutions. The bill also extends the safe to report policy to the entire Coast Guard personnel, the entire service. That was done administratively by the last commandant of the Coast Guard, Linda Fagan, who, again, I think was very focused in terms of trying to make sure that this safe to report policy was going to be in place to eradicate activities that really harms the readiness and effectiveness of the Coast Guard. Women Coast Guard officers are some of the finest, most talented people that, again, are doing the important work of the Coast Guard, and we need to make sure that there is a statutory structure in place to make sure that any of this type of activity, people will be able to report it and get a remedy and a response, in some cases punishment, to make sure that, again, people are not hindered because of this unacceptable conduct. So tomorrow, when we take up this bill, it is going to be a day in which, again, those brave women who came forward to testify and report their experience and sometimes watch their dreams and their careers end because of the fact that they were subjected to really just unacceptable pressure and retaliation for reporting by law that is now going to be a thing of the past. Long overdue. And again, I just want to take a moment to publicly thank Commander Young McClear and her colleagues for having the courage to step forward and make sure that the Congress is aware of the situation and will end it with passage of tomorrow's bill. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to demand answers. Answers from the Department of Education and the Office of Management and Budget. Today, it's July 22nd, and the Trump administration continues to withhold more than $5 billion in critical K-12 and adult education funding that should have been released by the July 1st deadline. Now, more than 150 Democratic members of the House of Representatives joined a group of 42 senators, including 10 Republican senators, in calling on Secretary McMahon and Director Vogt to release the funds by July 15th. That date has obviously passed, but we have received no answers. Although the administration did release the 21st Century Community Learning Center grants yesterday, they are a small percentage of the outstanding funding, and there is still no word on any of the other grants. So school districts across the country, they're scrambling to make decisions, but they have unclear information and severely constrained budgets. Many districts have already been forced to lay off educators and staff who will not be paid without the federal funding. For many students across the country, the new school year starts in a few weeks, and schools are now in an all-out crisis. As one administrator told me, it's a 5-alarm fire. Funds authorized under the Every Student Succeeds Act are not a luxury. They are part of what closes opportunity gaps. They are a critical part of our effort to provide students across the country, regardless of income or zip code, with a world-class education. Yes, this is about civil rights. Every single dollar is a good investment in students and in our future. State-administered Title I Part C grants, which have been around since the 1960s, they support migrant students. These grants help children of mobile farm workers and fishers, people who are harvesting our crops and putting food on our tables. It helps their children meet academic standards and graduate from high school, preparing them to become responsible citizens and productive employees. Title II grants, that provides essential support to recruit, prepare, and retain high-quality teachers and school leaders. These grants address the growing educator workforce shortage and provide professional development for educators to improve teaching and student outcomes. Title III grants provide English language learners with the integrated academic support they need to learn English and meet state standards. And Title IV Part A grants, those are designed to give students access to a well-rounded education. That's what students need to improve school safety, to create better conditions for student learning and engagement. These grants fund critical music and arts programs, integrate technology into the classroom so students can develop digital literacy skills, and finally, the Adult Basic and Literacy Education Grants. Those help provide integrated education and training services that promote essential skills for the 21st century workforce. These are all programs that Congress authorized. Again, these are programs that Congress authorized, yet the Trump administration is refusing to release the funds. 10 Republican senators were brave enough, principled enough, to request with the Democrats that the administration release these funds for their intended purposes, yet we have heard nothing from House Republicans about the illegal and unconstitutional withholding of these congressionally appropriated dollars. Is there a fear of President Trump keeping them from their commitment to the millions of students in the school districts they were elected to represent? Well, my colleagues, everyone can show that they care about the kids in their districts. They care about education. Everyone should join us in demanding answers. Secretary McMahon and Director Vogt must release these funds immediately. This is about our nation's children, our students, our future leaders. They deserve better. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ryan, for 5 minutes.
Wrong direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Cornwall cleanup crew for their commitment to environmental preservation and education in the town of Cornwall and across the Hudson Valley of New York State. Since 2023, this grassroots group has worked with community members to clean up litter and illegal dumping around the town and educate the public on the importance of conservation and environmental protection. Started by a high school student and a group of community members, within its first year, the organization amassed a team of more than 1,500 volunteers, managing to clear over 10,000 tons of litter and illegally dumped material in Cornwall. Cornwall Cleanup Crew has become a popular community service opportunity for students, including at the Storm King School and Cornwall High School, whose students both contribute to the cleanup efforts and learn about the importance of environmental protection. Finally, after a multi-year lengthy process, the Cornwall Cleanup Crew has earned their official 501c3 nonprofit certification, allowing them to expand their important environmental work to other communities in Orange County and across the Hudson Valley. I've been out there with this crew and seen them work in the cold and the heat. Their relentless efforts to combat littering and to really bring our community together in a positive way while doing so is a truly commendable pillar of selfless service. On behalf of our entire community, I thank them and join in celebrating this certification that will allow them to continue to expand on their important work. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate recent Walk Hill High School graduate Zoe Masich on concluding a truly remarkable high school basketball career and on her appointment to the United States Naval Academy, where she is now undergoing her summer training. I was proud to nominate Zoe to represent the Hudson Valley at the Naval Academy in this year's newest class. With more than 2,000 career points, Zoe has been named Daley Freeman Player of the Year 3 years in a row, a record for the award. This year, she was also named Player of the Year by the New York Basketball Coaches Association and was selected as the top player in the Mid-Hudson Athletic League's American Conference by all of the league's coaches. Zoe is known by her teammates, coaches, teachers, and family as an exceptionally hard worker and team player, assets that will be of great service to her and our country as she now serves in the military. Zoe plans to continue her basketball career at the Naval Academy, where she will also study oceanography in pursuit of becoming a surface warfare officer. Zoe, I think you know I'm an Army fan, so I can't say I'll be rooting for your team in the Patriot League this year, but our entire Hudson Valley community is rooting for you, and we cannot wait to see all that you accomplish. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Elder Jim Childs, a pillar of our Kingston community, for his decades of service to St. Clara Church, to my home city and his of Kingston, and to families across the Hudson Valley. Elder Childs was born and raised in Kingston, New York, the very community he continues to serve to this day. He graduated from Kingston High School, my alma mater, before beginning his career working for IBM. He worked initially as a mail clerk and took every opportunity to advance his education and training, further his knowledge, and move up within the company. Additionally, a fellow Army veteran, Elder Childs served his country in uniform while also deepening his faith and love of fellow man, a lesson that would stay with him throughout his life. When Elder Childs was first appointed pastor of St. Clara Church of God in Christ in Kingston in 1969, he admitted he didn't know if he was ready. But he was called to serve his community, which he has done faithfully for the past 56 years. In 1961, he married Dorothy Neal, and the two of them have welcomed 4 children, Paula, Cynthia, James, and Timothy, 7 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. This year, Elder Childs was rightfully promoted to superintendent to continue serving the Kingston community in an even greater capacity than before. I want to thank Elder Childs for his continued dedication to and love of our neighbors and neighborhoods. I want to thank him personally for his mentorship and advice to me in serving in this position. And I want to congratulate him on his recent promotion and a lifetime of service to our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 5 minutes.
I'd like to thank President Trump and his Department of Labor for stopping an administrative rule that was going to get rid of 14C certificates, which are so vital for the lives of our disabled citizens as they pursue lives of good lives of work and self-esteem. 14C certificates are used by people who work in work centers. They may have spina bifida, they may have Down syndrome, but it doesn't mean that they can't lead productive lives, doing packaging, doing light manufacturing. I have several facilities in my district, Green Valley, RCS, that provide these opportunities for people with different abilities. Not only does this give them an opportunity to interact with other people who have disabilities, it provides them with a little extra money to supplement their SSI, from which they can buy clothes, buy gifts, go out to eat from time to time. In order to allow these folks to work, some of them have to be paid less than minimum wage. If you have never seen one of these work centers, I encourage you to go to the work centers where you will see people with different abilities at work. Sadly, there are some, and everybody who works there that I can see is happy to be there and is working there because it is their choice. Nevertheless, I think arrogant people in the Biden Department of Labor had decided they would get rid of the 14C certificates and tell these people, in essence, you no longer can work. You can go to a day center, you can watch television, but we're not going to allow you to work like your siblings work. We're not going to allow you to get out and about in the community where you get to know people other than your immediate relatives. Fortunately, Trump's Department of Labor stepped up and said, we're not going to change the rules. We are going to continue to allow work centers to exist. Maybe they're making $4 or $5 an hour to supplement their SSI, but if they want to choose, they can still work there. And hopefully, we will expand the use of work centers so that people begin to work there when they're 18 or 19 years old, like they used to. One of the great things, like I said, about work centers is not only does it give you a little bit more independence, it gives you the ability to form a lot more friendships, both with other people whose abilities are similar to your own and the management staff at these facilities. The Democrat Party has tried to prevent people from working here, A, saying they are being taken advantage of, which is preposterous. Anybody who looks at these packaging or light manufacturing facilities will see immediately why you have to pay some people under minimum wage. And secondly, they claim that people are being isolated among other people with different abilities. Again, there are people with a wide variety of ability in these places. And secondly, an opportunity to form lifetime bonds with people in these facilities. I think of Threshold in West Bend, RCS in Sheboygan, Green Valley in Beaver Dam, Ascend in Manitowoc. I think of the lifelong friends that these people form when their parents and guardians frequently worry after that the parents are no longer gone, what will these people do for socialization? Where will these people find friends? They find friends in the work centers, and it's horrific for the Biden Department of Labor to try to shut these places down. In any event, one more time, I thank President Trump for preserving the work centers, and I hope his Department of Labor continues to look for more opportunities in these facilities for people at a younger and younger age. Reminding you all that this is only if these folks choose to work in the work centers. Everybody else can work wherever they want, but they want these folks stuck perhaps in a place where they're just watching TV or playing games all day. So I encourage my colleagues to tour the work centers, and if they tour the work centers, my good colleagues, I think you too will become fans of them. Thank you very much.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes gentleman from California, Mr. Whitesides, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
It's with a heavy heart that I rise today to honor the life of my dear friend, Chad Campbell. Chad wasn't just a devoted father, devoted husband, and an admired community leader. He was a cornerstone of the Santa Clarita Valley. He and his wife, Michelle, who have been close friends for several years, were deeply involved in our community. Chad was a former president of the Democratic Alliance for Action of Santa Clarita Valley, an active member of the Santa Clarita Valley Democrats, and someone whose commitment to service ran deep. One of his friends described Chad perfectly. He was someone who truly grounded those around him, the kind of person who would help you cut through the noise, find your center, and remember why you did the work in the first place. That was Chad, a source of wisdom and calm, always there when you needed him. He lived in Stevenson Ranch with his wife, Michelle, and their daughter, Bridget. And while no words can ease the pain of their loss, I hope his family knows how deeply loved and appreciated Chad was. Chad was the kind of guy who would get there early to help set up an event and then stay late breaking down the tables and chairs afterwards. He was a talented designer and photographer. He knew how to communicate, and he used that skill for the benefit of businesses and causes close to his heart. He was known for his booming voice. For many new activists getting involved, their introduction to civic engagement was seeing Chad kick off a meeting or rally before taking the time to greet them and every other person there, always with a big smile and an infectious grin. He embodied the truth that the greatest title of responsibility in any democracy is that of citizen. Chad was a rock of principle. He was committed to making his community, his state, and his country better. And month after month, year after year, he did the work. He and Michelle profoundly changed the Santa Clarita Valley for the better, and his impact will never be forgotten. Chad gave so much of himself to this community because he believed in people and the power of showing up. His absence leaves a real void, but his spirit lives on in the work he championed and the friendships he built. May we honor him not just in words, but in how we carry ourselves, with compassion, with humility, and a commitment to something greater than ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I want to close by thanking my summer interns, some of whom are here today. You cannot help but be inspired about the future of our country if you spend some time with the many great young people who work here on Capitol Hill. They work hard, they do crucial work, interacting with our constituents, and their passion and inspiration must be recognized. As a new member, I'm deeply inspired by the idea that people would come and work with us in our office, and I'm so grateful to our team, and I wish them the very best for their futures. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise with a heavy heart, but with extreme honor to recognize the life of a colleague, a mentor, and a dear friend, former Ohio State Representative Jack Serra, who passed away on July 13th after a courageous 2.5-year battle with cancer. My sincere and deepest sympathy goes out to his family, friends, and all who knew and loved him. Jack was a proud son of Blair, Ohio, a man who never forgot where he came from and who fought every day to serve the people of Eastern Ohio. Jack was a true statesman, someone who listened more than he spoke, sought common ground without compromising his values, and worked tirelessly to deliver for the communities he loved. Jack served in the Ohio House of Representatives across 3 decades, from 1983 to 1996, and again from 2011 to 2020. He represented families in Belmont, Monroe, Noble, Jefferson, and Washington counties with distinction. His colleagues across the political spectrum respected him. His constituents trusted him, and those of us who had the privilege of working alongside him admired him deeply. I had the honor of working alongside Jack in the Ohio House, where I witnessed firsthand his commitment to the people of Eastern Ohio. Jack and I served in leadership together, and when I was elected as the minority leader, I tapped him to serve as the ranking member of the House Finance and Appropriations Committee. Whether it was fighting for infrastructure investment, preserving the local government fund, or advocating for economic development in Appalachia, Jack never wavered in his commitment to public service. Jack was a Brown University graduate, and he was sent to Rhode Island on a football scholarship. And he would often joke that he was in the first class of football players to ever wear helmets, leather helmets at that. Although he was an Ivy Leaguer, he didn't have an ounce of superiority, nor was there anything pretentious about him. He was just Jack. And that is what made him so special and so nice to work with. He didn't take himself seriously, but he certainly took the work of the people very seriously. I would argue that you didn't really know Jack if he didn't teach you how to properly pronounce Blair, no E, share some music, or advocate for the people of Eastern Ohio. But most importantly, Jack was smart, dedicated, and a trusted legislator who exemplified the very best of public service. He was sought after for advice and leadership on difficult issues, as he was always committed to the purpose of representing his hometown and the people of Ohio with integrity. Without a doubt, Jack left a mark on the state of Ohio, and his legacy of service will not be soon forgotten. Jack will be remembered by his wife Becky, his beloved daughters Jacqueline and Bethany, granddaughters Scarlett, Lena, and Finley, and the countless people whose lives he made better. This past weekend, my husband Kevin and I joined the Blair community, former legislators, colleagues, friends, and family to pay our final respects to Jack. It was clear that the community loved and cared about him, as it was evident by the Jack Serra for Ohio House signs in yards leading the way to the church, and the many people who were gathered at the church. The eulogist and the pastor asked those present to think about the dash in between the dates that Jack was born and the date that he was returned home to the Lord. And as people stood up to share their experiences and to expand upon the dash, I wanted to be able to add my tribute to him, but here on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. The eulogist also reminded us that Jack had a motto of ensuring that he left things better than he found it. And I encourage and call upon all of my colleagues here in Congress to leave a place better than you found it, in honor and memory of Jack Serra. Though his presence will be missed, I am confident his memory will live on through the people he influenced and the family he deeply loved. And for a moment, I just want to say and acknowledge his daughters again, Jacqueline and Bethany, and his wife Bethany of over 40 years, and say thank you for sharing Jack with us. I know it was hard to see him leave for Columbus many times over the 30 years, but we are so grateful for your sacrifice, and we will keep you lifted up in our prayers. Thus, with the deepest sympathy, I mourn the loss and pay tribute to a truly phenomenal individual. May his memory be a blessing.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of every senior citizen
in Texas, and across America. Unfortunately, it's not with celebration, but with outrage and disgust. I'm here to shed continued light to the damage this institution has caused seniors by the recent passage of this big, beautiful bill, which was anything but. It is the most significant betrayal of our senior citizens yet. A betrayal of our values and our nation's promise. Folks, let's not be fooled by the branding. This bill wasn't beautiful. It was brutal. It slashed Medicare funding under the guise of reform. It wrapped its cruelty in buzzwords like efficiency and modernization and fiscal responsibility. But beneath the surface, it is a cold and calculated attempt to strip millions of Americans of the dignity they have earned over a lifetime of work. This bill tells our parents and grandparents, thank you for building this country. Now go fend for yourself. It says to the most vulnerable, health care is a luxury in this country, not a right. And they dare to call it beautiful. Let's be clear, Medicare is not a handout. It is a sacred promise paid by workers every day their entire lives. And it is a lifeline for seniors choosing between food and prescriptions, for families relying on home health care, for Americans who believe that aging should not come with abandonment. Cutting Medicare was not fiscally responsible. It was a moral failure. All of this was done at the bequest of their master, a master who wants tax breaks for the ultra-wealthy billionaires and multinational corporations, and empty slogans for the rest of Americans. It sacrificed the well-being of American retirees on the altar of political theater. In fact, they were so diabolical about it that they purposely set a start date for these policies, December 2026, right after midterm elections, trying to poke seniors' eyes. They want to fool voting senior citizens by making these painful policies kick in right after November elections. They're not fooling anyone, folks. Americans are smarter than this. We need health care policies that uplift older Americans, not undermine them, that care for them, not cast them aside, that honor our social contract to American senior citizens. So to those who voted for this bill, don't call it beautiful. Own what it is, a betrayal to older Americans who helped build this country. To every senior who is watching today, to every caregiver, to every grandchild and child caring for an older American, to every worker in Texas and across this great nation in hopes to retire with peace and dignity, we see you, we hear you, and we will not stop fighting. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, may the words of our mouths, those we speak, those we write, the ones we use to influence, those we wield to disagree, and the meditations of our hearts, the thoughts we have toward others, the ideas we conjure, the self-reflection within our own souls, the intentions we pursue, may all of these be acceptable in your sight, O Lord. From the same mouths that we use to praise you, may nothing come that disparages those with whom we serve, for each are made in your image. Within our hearts are the deepest desires and our truest opinions. Stand watch over the innermost corners of our souls and guard us from allowing animosity to take the place of generosity, malice over mercy, grudges over grace. You, O Lord, are our rock and our Redeemer. Speak through our words and reside in our hearts this day, that in all that we think, that we do, that we say, that we would bring glory to you. In your eternal and merciful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros.
Put your right hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 600, resolved that the following named members be and are hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives. Committee on Foreign Affairs, Mr. Fine. Committee on Homeland Security, Mr. Garbarino, Chair.
That the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak for 1 minute.
The gentleman seeks unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Yes, thank you.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor U.S. Coast Guard Petty Officer Scott Ruskin, a native of Oxford, New Jersey, who displayed extraordinary bravery during the devastating flooding in Kerr County, Texas. On his very first rescue mission, Petty Officer Ruskin saved 165 people, many of them children, including campers and staff from Camp Mystic. Serving as the only triage coordinator on this scene, he played a critical role in one of the largest rescue efforts in recent Coast Guard history. Scott grew up in Warren County, attended Rider University, and answered the call to serve by enlisting in the Coast Guard, where he trained as a rescue swimmer before deploying into action with courage far beyond his experience. I'm grateful to the first responders and to volunteers, and especially heroes like Petty Officer Ruskin, who risked their lives to protect others in need. Thank you for your service, and thank you for your sacrifice. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise for the 32nd time to call on the Trump administration to restore life-saving food aid for malnourished children. Last week, it was reported that the Trump administration is incinerating 500 tons of emergency food aid because it expired while sitting in a warehouse. This is food that had already been paid for, that had already been produced, that was just waiting to be shipped to starving people who needed it to survive. Instead, it is being incinerated. In my district, in Rhode Island, 87,000 boxes of life-saving nutrition are sitting in Adesia Nutrition's warehouse, already paid for, already produced, waiting to be shipped. This is food aid that is designed to treat starving children whose organs have shut down to the point that they cannot process normal food. What are we doing here? Already paid for, already produced, sitting in warehouses while kids starve. I am going to stand on this floor every day until the administration honors its word and restores life-saving food aid. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chairman Speaker. 6 months have passed since Donald Trump received the mandate of the people to fulfill his promises with extraordinary accomplishments. Among the accomplishments by President Donald Trump, illegal alien border crossings are at historic lows and border wall construction has resumed. Costs for everyday goods are near the lowest in 4 years, and wage growth has been the largest increase in 60 years. Oil and natural gas production has surged, and gas prices are at their lowest level in 4 years. Trump tax cuts have been extended, creating jobs, promoting peace through strength, modernizing American military forces with cutting-edge technology, ensuring that our troops are the best equipped in history. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing that war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump, mocking Trump, murdering Ukrainian civilians with rocket attacks as he conducts lovely conversations. Happy birthday, Nuclear Regulatory Commission Chairman David Wright. I yield back.
Chairman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the representative from Delaware is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the extraordinary work of Miss Emily Green, a teacher in the Polytech School District in Woodside, Delaware. Through her participation in National History Day, Miss Green has worked with her students to preserve the stories of Delaware's silent heroes, everyday individuals who answered the call to serve our nation. This past school year, Miss Green and her students chose to research 2 Korean War veterans. They researched their lives these veterans led before their service, the communities they returned to, and the legacies they left behind, not only as service members, but as local leaders. Ms. Green and her students visited cemeteries across Delaware where they honored these veterans by writing and delivering eulogies, ensuring that their stories, their sacrifices, and their names are remembered. This project reflects the very best of Delaware. I'm grateful to Ms. Green for teaching her students our nation's history and respect for our silent heroes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The representative yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to speak to the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to recognize a hero who tragically lost his life in the line of duty. Bradley Michael Link, age 28, was a beloved figure of the Lake County area. At a young age, he was committed to serving his community. He started as an explorer, which is a Boy Scouting program with the Lake County Sheriff's Office, as a teenager. It motivated him to join the Polk County Sheriff's Office for 2 years, and then later the Lake County Sheriff's Office for 4.5 years. On Friday, August 2nd, 2024, almost 1 year ago, Bradley and his fellow deputies responded to a disturbance at a home on Brookside Drive in Eustis where he was shot. He later died the next morning. He embodies what it means to give. We must always remind ourselves that our men and women in blue are someone's loved ones. They are fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, people who are willing to give up their time and peace to serve and protect. Bradley was one of those people, and he left behind his wife, his mom and dad, and his brother. To the Link family, we see you, and to Bradley, we recognize and remember you. May God bless your family, and may God bless all of our officers in blue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Please revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor and celebrate Leslie Rook of Monrovia, California. Earlier this year, Leslie completed a truly impressive feat, running 50 marathons in all 50 states with an average of 3 marathons each year. Over the past 14 years of this challenge, Leslie ran more than 1,300 miles during these marathons alone, but thousands more to train for this incredible accomplishment. Leslie balanced her love of running with her already busy life as an occupational therapist, wife, and mother of 2. I am truly amazed by Leslie's dedication, stamina, and drive. Congratulations, Leslie, on this remarkable achievement. You made our district proud. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heartily applaud Secretary Duffy's decision the other day to rescind the $4 billion that the federal government has put in at the end of the Biden administration for high-speed rail in California. Indeed, it has been a clown show. The thing is off the rails with any kind of goal it was ever going to meet. It was supposed to have been completed by 2020, and at best it would be completed by 2040-45, with just one segment between Bakersfield and Merced, hopefully by 2033, they hope. Instead, let's move that $4 billion to something useful, such as expanding State Route 99 in California, I-15, I-5, Interstate 395, Interstate 80, or repairs on roadways designated as farm-to-market roads, or State Route 152. By raising it a little bit, we'll be able to add more water supply to the San Luis Reservoir, or the bridge over on I-5 over the Shasta Lake that would allow us to raise the level of that lake and provide more water, much more water for the state of California in order to grow crops for what people need, bring inflation down on the food prices by rechanneling money into something useful instead of useless, instead like this clown show that high-speed rail for California has been for 20 years. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Browntown in Greene County, North Carolina. The community dates back more than 2 centuries, and it has a rich history. Browntown embodies the enduring contributions of African Americans, indigenous people, and European families who built and sustained it through many generations. The land belonged to the Tuscarora Nation and later became a refuge for blended families who worked the land, worshiped together, and educated their children despite obstacles. Many will unite in August for the Browntown Community Day, which brings neighbors and descendants together to honor their ancestors, preserve the traditions, and inspire future generations. Madam Speaker, I'm glad to celebrate this community as a part of the American story and commend their contributions to Greene County, our state, and our nation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
For decades, Washington, D.C. has allowed international trade organizations to put our competitors ahead of the American people. Groups like the World Trade Organization allow China to exploit trade loopholes while claiming to be a developing nation, steal our intellectual property, and manipulate their own currency. Under these America Last trade policies, Ohio has lost a third of its manufacturing jobs. Between 2000 and 2010, Hamilton County, right in the 8th District, lost 66,000 good-paying, high-skilled jobs. My district heard the giant sucking sound of American industry fleeing overseas. These jobs drove innovation and productivity, and they built our middle class. America Last trade policies not only exported jobs, outsourced our defense industrial base, they exported much of our future. Our trade policy are to put American industry and American citizens first. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I request consent for permission to speak to the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Christina Marie Henderson Blake, known to all of us as Tina, who entered her heavenly home on July the 3rd, 2025, after a courageous battle with glioblastoma. Born in Fort Worth, Texas, raised in Galveston, Tina graduated from the University of Texas at Austin, where she formed lifelong friendships through her beloved Kappa Kappa Gamma. She married the love of her life, Bruce, and together they raised 2 children, Jessica and Alex, first in Midland and later in Southeast Texas, in my district. Tina was a pillar of every community that she called home, leading in the Junior League, the American Cancer Society, the Midland Symphony Guild. She helped grow her family's land in Liberty County, Texas, into a successful cattle ranching business and was a very respected leader in agriculture. Her greatest joy was her family, especially her 4 grandchildren. Tina brought warmth, strength, grace to everything that she did. Roxanne and I are honored to have called her our friend. Her legacy will live on in the countless lives that she touched. May God bless her, family, and her loved ones, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks. Heads up. Madam Speaker, today I want to recognize one of North Carolina's brightest young athletes, Coy James of Davie County, who now joins the ranks of great ball players from the Tar Heel State. Coy was selected by the Washington Nationals in the 5th round of the 2025 MLB draft, known across North Carolina for his power at the plate and his play at shortstop. Coy is a force. He follows in the footsteps of other Davie County stars, including Carson Wisenhunt, drafted a few years ago out of East Carolina by the San Francisco Giants, and 3-time MLB All-Star Whit Merrifield, who just retired after 9 seasons in the majors. These men are a testament to the deep love Davie County has for the game of baseball. We are proud to have them representing our community on diamonds across the country, and we wish them all the best as they take on their next chapter. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, today I honor Colonel Craig Fournier for his 34 years of distinguished service in the United States Army and the Florida National Guard. He is this month's Brevard County Veteran of the Month. Throughout his career, Colonel Fournier held several crucial roles, including Executive Officer of the 2nd Battalion and Project Manager for the Missile Defense Agency. He earned numerous rewards, including the Defense Superior Service Medal, Bronze Star, Combat Action Badge for his role in the global war on terror. On behalf of a grateful nation, I thank Colonel Fournier for his outstanding service to the citizens of the United States and his dedication to our country and its values, and a proud Floridian. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3937 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3937, a bill to provide for the conveyance of certain federal land in Schwamigan-Nicolet National Forest and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3937, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, the Wabeno Economic Development Act. This bill will expedite the conveyance of 14 acres from the Forest Service to Tony's Wabeno Ready Mix for fair market value. Tony's is a small ready mix company that has supplied the surrounding community with concrete for more than 25 years. The company's concrete has been used to build homes, fire and rescue buildings, shops and offices, and even barns for local farmers. Tony first began working with the Forest Service on a land exchange proposal more than 8 years ago. However, the agency made it clear the project was not a priority and lacked the resources to complete it. Wabeno is located in Forest County, where roughly 50% of the land is federally owned and only about 10% of the land is fully taxable. So there is limited private land available for small business expansion. We often talk up here about how important infrastructure is. Well, here's a small business that helps infrastructure projects throughout northern Wisconsin. This is a prime example of a business that helps build America, and without this parcel, Tony's Ready Mix will run out of the necessary aggregate it needs to produce concrete in about the next 2 years. This bill will keep this important business in operation, and with it the 17 hard-working people it currently employs. Wabeno is a small town with a population of just over 1,100 people, so 17 jobs may not seem like a big deal to people from the big cities, but I can assure you the jobs and economic benefits provided by this small business are critically important to this rural community. This important conveyance will provide much-needed economic growth and jobs for people in Wabeno and Forest County. It has strong local support, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes to make sure Tony's Wabeno Ready Mix stays in business for years to come. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves, and the gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
It's all the Midwest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 3937, legislation introduced by my colleague from Wisconsin, Representative Tiffany. This bill would authorize the conveyance of 14 acres of National Forest System land to Tony Wabeno's Ready Mix LLC, a concrete company based in northern Wisconsin. The land is located in a national forest, and the Forest Service determined the land is suitable for conveyance to private ownership. The costs associated with the conveyance will be covered by the company, and the property will be conveyed at market value as determined by federal appraisal. In addition to the conveyance, the bill would require the Secretary of the Interior to conduct and publish a comprehensive review of the federal permitting process for the development of stone, sand, and gravel on federal lands. This review will include descriptions of the federal permitting process for stone, sand, and gravel development, an analysis of potential inefficiencies, recommendations for administrative or legislative actions, and a summary of the economic impacts associated with the current permitting process. Although the Natural Resources Committee has not held a hearing on this bill in the 119th Congress, a hearing was held last year, providing the Forest Service with an opportunity to comment on and evaluate the proposal. This is a critical component of the legislative process that ensures decisions about the administration of our national forests and public lands are made out in the open. These shared resources belong to all Americans, and regular order ensures transparency, something which all of our constituents deserve. I know that as chair of the Federal Land Subcommittee, Representative Tiffany understands and embraces this sentiment, so I want to thank and congratulate him on continuing to move this bill forward in an open and objective manner. I ask my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I note that we have no further speaking requests at this time. We are prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Michigan reserves, and the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to the gentle lady from Michigan for her support in regards to this for the last two sessions of the Natural Resources Committee and getting this to the floor and helping us to be able to accomplish this. And I have no further requests for time, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman for Wisconsin reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, this is a straightforward bill that supports rural jobs, strengthens local economies, and improves how we manage our federal lands. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3937 today, and again, hope the Senate moves quickly to advance this important piece of legislation. Before I close, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture.
Without objection.
And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All right, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3937 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I ask
for what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman ask for the yeas and nays?
May I stand corrected, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what person does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1917 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 171, H.R. 1917, a bill to establish the Great Lakes Mass Marking Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1917, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1917, the Great Lakes Mass Marking Act, sponsored by my colleague from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle. According to the Great Lakes Fishery Commission, the tribal, commercial, and recreational fisheries in the 5 Great Lakes are home to 177 species of fish, including 139 native species. These tribal, commercial, and recreational facilities have an annual economic value exceeding $7 billion and support over 75,000 jobs. One of the greatest challenges facing the Great Lakes is the threat of invasive species, such as the sea lamprey and Asian carp. To counter these invasive species, tribal, federal, and state agencies introduce hatchery-raised fish to encourage the recovery of native species. For example, in 2024, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's 10 hatcheries that support the Great Lakes region introduced more than 4.7 million hatchery fish into the 5 Great Lakes. To gather data on the success of hatchery fish, wildlife managers tag large numbers of these fish through a practice known as mass marking. This practice enables them to easily distinguish between hatchery fish and wild fish populations. In addition to tagging hatchery fish, this program also plays a vital role in adding cooperative fisheries management decisions with states and tribes by producing data on the health of the fishery. The Great Lakes Mass Marking Program was administratively established in 2010 and continues to receive appropriations despite never being authorized by Congress. H.R. 1917 would provide formal congressional authorization for this existing program, thereby increasing the opportunity for congressional oversight over the program. Importantly, by providing a statutory authorization, it would better enable the Committee on Natural Resources to make substantive changes to how the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service administers the program should changes be necessary. I support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for considering my important legislation, the Great Lakes Mass Marketing Act, today. I want to thank my friends, Representative Huizenga M. Wahlberg, for their bipartisan support and partnership on this bill. And I also want to thank Chairman Westerman and Ranking Member Huffman for their support. The Great Lakes states and tribes, along with the Fish and Wildlife Service, annually stock millions of salmon and trout to restore native fish populations, diversify sport fisheries, and control invasive forage fishes within the Great Lakes. However, little is known about how well these fish survive, contribute to the fisheries, and reproduce in the wild. This is where the mass marking comes into play. Mass marking is the practice of tagging large numbers of hatchery-raised fish so we can easily distinguish them from the wild fish population. The planned method within the Great Lakes is to clip the adipose fin, the small fin on the dorsal side near the tail, combined with a coated wire tag, or CWT. A CWT is a 1 millimeter, tiny, long stainless steel wire marked with serial numbers denoting a specific group of fish. This tag can be extracted after recapture, which will provide biologists with key population characteristics such as survival, movement, contribution to fisheries, growth, and their levels of natural reproduction. This legislation would enable Fish and Wildlife Service to mark all hatchery-produced fish within the Great Lakes. Currently, we only tag around 9 to 11 million of the 21 million fish stocked in the Great Lakes each year. Marking all hatchery fish will drastically improve data collection, enable better analysis of the health of wild fish stocks. This information will provide valuable insights to help develop a science-based collaborative fishery management program. This legislation also ensures that the collected data will be shared with all relevant fishery management agencies. We have seen the effectiveness of these types of programs in the Pacific Northwest for salmon and steelhead management. With the Great Lakes fishing economy, which is valued at about $5.5 billion, it is time we invest in this proven, data-driven approach that would significantly enhance the sustainability and effectiveness of hatchery operations and fisheries management. Thank you again for considering this important legislation today, and I encourage my colleagues to support its final passage. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman. To Michiganders, the Great Lakes are more than just a natural resource. They are a source of pride for our state, a cornerstone of our identity, and our home to our world-class fisheries. From Lake Michigan to Lake Erie, generations of anglers have cast their lines into these great waters. And families like mine have taken their children and grandchildren to make their first catch, creating meaningful and lasting memories. These fisheries are also a lifeline for our local economy. Taken together, the Great Lakes commercial, recreational, and tribal fisheries generate over $7 billion annually and support over 75,000 jobs. That's why I'm proud to join Representatives Debbie Dingell and Bill Huizenga on the Great Lakes Mass Marking Program Act, which will build on the success of the Great Lakes Mass Marking Program to implement the large-scale marking of fish in all hatcheries. In 2023, an angler from Sheboygan caught a 35-inch lake trout. I'm jealous, which was marked as part of the program. Its coded tag revealed that the trout hatched in 1984 and was raised at the Iron River National Fish Hatchery before being stocked on Sheboygan Reef in 1985. Data like this allows us to better understand migratory patterns and population changes, and by expanding the program to all the Great Lakes hatcheries, we can improve fishing practices, increase efficiencies, and save resources wherever possible. I urge my colleagues to support the Great Lakes Mass Marking Program Act so that we can preserve our fisheries and be better stewards of this great national treasure. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and I'm prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I will note that I have no further requests for time. I thank my colleague from Michigan for supporting it. We invite all of our colleagues to join us fishing on the Great Lakes. It might be good therapy for this institution. But with that, I'm prepared to close. Oh, and I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Great Lakes are both an ecological and economic engine for our nation. It is our duty as members of Congress to safeguard them for future generations, and H.R. 1917 is a step forward in that process. I would like to thank Representatives Dingell, Wahlberg, and Huizenga for their efforts on this legislation. I once again urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1917, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
For what purposes, the gentleman?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3937 and H.R. 1917. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3937 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3937, a bill to provide for the conveyance of certain federal land in Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest and for the purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
215.
On this vote, the yeas are 410, nays are 1. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion from the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1917 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 171, H.R. 1917, a bill to establish the Great Lakes Mass Marking Program and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amendment? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 360, the nays are 57. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Maybe. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 1522, a bill originally introduced by Representative Connolly of Virginia, for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Ms. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 3941.
The request is granted. The House will be in order. Please take conversations off the House floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 100th anniversary of the West End Fair in Union County, Pennsylvania. The West End Fair started as a homecoming picnic for the residents of Laurelton and has always been held during the first week of August so sweet corn could be served. Originally known as the Corn Festival, the fair evolved into the agricultural fair that it is today and remains the only fair in Union County. This week-long celebration encompasses the very best of our rural communities, from tractor pulls to fair rides and animal exhibits to car shows. The excitement, nostalgia, and community bond is everywhere. This year, the Union County West End Fair Association is partnering with the Union County Historical Society to promote a book and exhibit to showcase the importance of agriculture in central Pennsylvania and the development of the fair over the last 100 years. Madam Speaker, I congratulate the Union County West End Fair Association and all the dedicated volunteers on this milestone anniversary and their confinement to preserving the spirit of this wonderful event. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the Department of Commerce decision to terminate the tomato suspension agreement and slap a 20% tariff on tomatoes imported from Mexico. This is a political choice that directly raises prices on American families and hurts American workers and businesses. It hits Arizona's economy especially hard. Nearly half of all tomatoes imported from Mexico come through our state. This industry supports more than 22,000 jobs in Arizona, 50,000 nationally, and Trump's tomato tax puts an $8.3 billion in economic activity at risk. In fact, 136 Arizona businesses have formally urged the Department of Commerce to preserve the tomato suspension agreement. Restaurants, retailers, trucking companies, chambers of commerce. This is all to overturn an effective and enforceable agreement that has been in place for almost 30 years, and it drives us away from Mexico at a time when we should be expanding our relationship with Arizona's and America's largest trading partner. Ending the tomato suspension agreement will lead to higher tomato prices and shortages around the country. I urge the Commerce Department to reverse course, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Thank you. Please take any remaining conversations off the House floor. The gentleman from Wisconsin, what purpose does he seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor of the life and legacy of Darlene Marcel, a devoted public servant, community leader, and cherished member of the Green Bay community. Born in Green Bay, Wisconsin, Darlene dedicated her life to serving her community with unwavering commitment and grace. A proud graduate of Cooks High School and later Beauty College in Green Bay, she built a distinguished career as a beautician, teacher's assistant, and as Brown County clerk, winning the November 1996 election and serving 16 years until her retirement in 2012. Her tenure was marked by integrity, efficiency, and a deep commitment to the residents of Brown County. Darlene's impact extended far beyond her professional role. She was a pillar of community engagement, actively participating in numerous organizations that strengthened the fabric of Brown County. As a member of Management Women Incorporated, she served on the membership committee fostering professional growth and empowerment. Her involvement with the Starlight Neighborhood Association as a board member and part of the beautification committee reflected her passion for enhancing her community's quality of life. At St. Philip Church, Darlene was a devoted member, contributing to the Christmas at Riverside Committee, Finance Committee, and Altar Society, where her faith and service inspired those around her. Since 1997, she served on the Public Policy Committee of Aspiro, advocating for individuals with disabilities and promoting inclusive policies. Darlene's leadership was characterized by her ability to bring people together, whether through her work in government or her volunteer efforts. Her dedication to public service earned her the respect and admiration of colleagues, neighbors, and friends. She was known for her warmth, her tireless work ethic, and her ability to make everyone feel valued. Madam Speaker, may her memory be a blessing.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to express my horror at the reports coming from Gaza of hundreds of innocent civilians being killed or maimed while they are seeking humanitarian assistance. This is a humanitarian crisis. Congress and the Trump administration must take action to put an end to the violence. Killing those seeking food is incompatible with the pursuit of peace. The choice by Israeli leadership to engage in military actions at aid sites endangers all innocent Palestinians and Israelis who deserve to live with dignity. I am the child of refugees. My parents were forced to flee because they feared for their own lives and from their home country. The United States must ensure that the Palestinian people can live their lives in peace without the fear that they will be killed in line for food. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize an extraordinary Utah educator, Mr. Mark Arton, a teacher at Gunnison Valley High School in South Kent St. Pete School District. Mark has been teaching for 40 years at the same high school he once attended. He teaches 11th grade math and college algebra with one goal in mind, to help his students surpass him. And they do. One of his students just ranked #1 in Utah and #2 in the nation in the Trig Star exam, beating Mr. Arden's own time score. Some of Mark's former students are now his doctor, dentist, and even his mechanic. That's the kind of legacy every teacher hopes for. Mr. Arden says he's not ready to retire, and I hope he doesn't, because Utah needs more educators like him, humble, committed, with passion for and belief in the next generation. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is now the 4th time I've come to this floor with a poster to count the days. We are now 200 days into this session of Congress, and sadly, I return with the same message. I wish it weren't so. I've scoured our voting record, trying in vain to find one vote, just one, that would lower costs for American families. The closest I found was a bill that would improve price transparency for concert tickets, but nothing to actually address price gouging. And when it comes to the most basic of necessities, there hasn't been one serious effort from House leadership to lower costs. Instead, President Trump and this GOP majority are doing the opposite, driving up costs through tariffs. The big, ugly budget makes things even worse by ending food programs and causing both health care costs and utility bills to skyrocket. And so I again call on House leadership to bring legislation to this floor that delivers meaningful relief to all our constituents. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to address the House floor for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Chair, the Virginia Beach Lifeguards Service has started in 1930, and it is the largest and oldest beach life-saving service in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Over their almost 90-year existence, thousands of lifeguards have come through this program and provided critical services to the millions of visitors who travel to Virginia Beach annually. Virginia Beach Life-Saving Service employs around 200 lifesavers each summer to guard and patrol more than 5 miles of public oceanfront beaches. This was on full display for the 4th of July holiday, shown here. Virginia Beach life-saving personnel are trained in surf life-saving surveillance and rescue techniques, as well as emergency medical response. Under the leadership of Tom Gill, the Virginia Beach Life-Saving Services also hosts and participates in local, regional, and national competitions to motivate guards to train harder and better work together to protect the citizens and visitors of the oceanfront. I want to offer my sincere appreciation to the Virginia Beach Life-Saving Service for providing the highest level of care to the citizens and visitors that enjoy our beautiful beaches. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the legacy of the Archbold Buckeye. This community newspaper published its final edition on June 25th after 120 years of unwavering service to Archbold, Pettisville, and Greater Fulton County, Ohio. The Archbold Buckeye held value as a small-town newspaper that has been far more than print and ink. It was part of the beating heart that is our Northwest Ohio community. It has been upfront and present. I've had the honor of meeting with the Buckeyes' devoted team, Mary Huber, David Pugh, and generations of the Taylor family, who saw firsthand their commitment to truth, neighbors, and to the stories that shape small-town life in America. From town council meetings to births and death announcements, the Buckeye chronicled life with dignity and care. It won dozens of awards, but more importantly, earned the trust of its readers. As local newspapers sadly vanish across our country, we must remember democracy cannot thrive without informed and engaged citizens. On behalf of myself and our Northwest Ohio community, I thank the Archbold Buckeye for 120 years of leadership and service. We are flying a flag of gratitude over our capital to honor their generations of patriotic and community-minded publishers and reporters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let us hope that the future will produce leaders like these.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Informed and engaged. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an incredible public servant and a great friend, Mayor Marilyn Hatley of North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, who is retiring after 2 decades of public service. Marilyn has been a constant force for many years, leading with strength, dedication, and a genuine heart for the people of North Myrtle Beach. She is a pioneer. She has worked harder than anyone. In fact, she's one of the hardest working women that I know to make North Myrtle Beach not just a premier tourist destination, but a place we're all proud to call home. She has championed beach renourishment, expanded recreational opportunities, and helped build major infrastructure, all while keeping North Myrtle Beach on budget with some of the lowest taxes and crime rates in South Carolina. Marilyn, the entire city is proud of the lasting impact you have made on North Myrtle Beach. Enjoy this next chapter. You have earned it. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to congratulate my constituent of the week, Dale Sisson, on his retirement from the Naval Surface Warfare Center, Dahlgren Division. A native of King George, Mr. Sisson has dedicated his career to his community. In addition to his membership in the Senior Executive Service, Mr. Sisson has a career at Dahlgren that spans 21 years. He has had a variety of responsibilities, working his way up to the position of technical director, where he has managed over 5,000 workers and a multi-billion-dollar portfolio. Much of that work that Mr. Sisson does is classified and therefore cannot be publicly recognized. But as a 25-year veteran, I know that Mr. Sisson's work has safeguarded our country and service members. Public servants like Mr. Sisson have always had the backs of our communities, and I am committed to paying this forward in Congress. I extend my deepest gratitude to Mr. Sisson for his service to our country and wish him well on his next chapter. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 154th birthday of the city of Colorado Springs. Founded in 1871 by General William Jackson Palmer, Colorado Springs is now home to hundreds of thousands of people nestled in the shadow of the majestic Pikes Peak, which inspired Catherine Lee Bates to write the great song, America the Beautiful. I've been proud to work for the people of Colorado Springs for over 30 years, and I've seen it grow from a thriving city to an emerging economic titan in Colorado and in the West. Home to several military installations, Colorado Springs has always been a haven for active duty service members and our honorable veterans. In 1870, General Palmer said this about Colorado Springs after seeing the area for the first time. He said, "Could one live in constant view of these grand mountains without being elevated by them into a lofty plane of thought and purpose?" Madam Speaker, it is this thought and purpose that has driven Colorado Springs to be a world-leading city, and I look forward to the city's continued growth. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Vermont seek recognition?
I ask consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I take to the floor today because I'm angry, and so are Vermonters. We are furious because of what happened yesterday to a Vermonter, a U.S. citizen, as he attempted to return home. Wilmer Chavarria is a community leader. He is a school superintendent in my state. He was held and interrogated for hours yesterday in the Houston airport by CBP agents and given no reason for his detainment. Wilmer called this experience psychological terror. Again, we are talking about a U.S. citizen here. So when we say this can happen to any of us, this is what we're talking about. This kind of violation of our constitutional rights is how leaders use terror to intimidate us into silence. So I don't want to hear about how everyone is going after the violent criminals in this country, trying to get violent criminals off the streets when community leaders, school superintendents are being detained because of the color of their skin and the sound of their last name. We need to hold on to our collective outrage. We do not need to accept this. This is not what Americans want. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize 5 exceptional journalists from the Canton Repository, one of Ohio's most important publications, as this week's Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champions of the Week. Grace Springer received second place honors in the Best Government Reporting category. Sharita Gaucher received second place in the Best Religion Writing category. Nancy Molnar received first place in the Best Criminal Justice Reporting category. And finally, for the Best Reporter in Ohio category, Tim Bodas received second place honors and Kelly Weir took home first in this category. I'd like to congratulate these outstanding journalists and also thank you. Thank you for keeping readers across Canton, Ohio's 13th Congressional District and Northeast Ohio region informed. These 5 journalists earned top honors in the 2025 Ohio Best Journalist Contest, sponsored by the Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati chapters of the Society of Professional Journalists. Your work at the Canton Repository is truly exceptional, and I'm proud to represent a district that is kept informed by your outstanding reporting. I hope you all join me in saying congratulations to our 4th branch of government and these exceptional reporters and recognizing them as Ohio's 13th Congressional District's Champion of the Week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Racer Trust, based in Detroit, for its extraordinary work turning abandoned industrial sites into engines of economic growth across Michigan and this country. Following the Great Recession, the Racer Trust was established to clean up and redevelop over 7,000 acres of shuttered properties. In fact, it was created by the team that I had the privilege of working on in the Obama administration, the U.S. Auto Rescue. Racer Trust has reimagined the process to meet challenges facing long-held industrial sites. And I have also gotten the chance to visit many of these sites through my Manufacturing Monday program. Williams International, United Wholesale Mortgage, Challenge Manufacturing, and the M1 Concourse featured here, all of which are located in Pontiac, Michigan. These were shuttered industrial plants that are now beacons of light in our community, and we should celebrate this success. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the City of Beaverton and Mayor Lacey Beatty for being selected as one of 50 finalists in the 2025 Bloomberg Mayor's Challenge. Selected from over 630 global applicants, Beaverton's bold initiatives reimagines housing through community-led intergenerational models that put home ownership within reach for more Oregonians. Imagine a walkable neighborhood with vibrant shops, restaurants, and community-led events for all residents. A neighborhood that sets up families with the resources and support they need to own a home. A neighborhood where sustainability and accessibility are priorities. This is Beaverton's dream, and they're making it a reality. At a time when too many families are priced out, this idea addresses unnecessary barriers, high costs, zoning limits, and a lack of housing options through a new and innovative plan to create more starter housing. I congratulate Mayor Beatty and the entire city of Beaverton for this remarkable achievement and for showing the world what is possible. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The harrowing videos and stories out of Texas earlier this month are another reminder of how unpredictable and dangerous weather has become. Climate change is fueling more frequent and extreme weather events, and the federal government has a duty to be ready to respond quickly. What happened in Texas shows we need to strengthen FEMA, not weaken it. That means making sure the agency is fully staffed and fully funded. That means answering the phones. Unfortunately, the administration is doing the opposite, gutting our nation's largest emergency management agency. As a New Yorker, I saw the flooding in Texas and immediately thought of hurricane season on the East Coast. It's been a few years since a major storm hit our region. We're due, and local and state agencies are preparing. But this year, they are doing so without the help of FEMA's pre-disaster mitigation grants because the administration canceled the program. Cutting emergency preparedness funding doesn't prevent disasters, it just makes them harder to handle. Once again, it's Americans who will pay the price. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to declare the climate crisis is a public health emergency, and the federal government must treat it as such. In the last decade, more than half of the 120 public health emergency declarations issued by the Department of Health and Human Services were a result of climate-related events: extreme heat, wildfire smoke, hurricanes, floods, and the spread of disease. Last week, I introduced the Climate Health Emergency Act to address this reality head-on. It directs the Secretary of Health and Human Services to declare the climate crisis a public health emergency. This declaration will unlock emergency powers and coordination to allow an effective response to the rapidly escalating public health threat posed by climate change. Enabling interagency coordination, this bill will break down silos, maximizing our ability to effectively and efficiently respond. As a lung and critical care physician, I've seen the direct harm climate change has on our patients: organs shutting down from heat exposure, lungs failing from smoke inhalation. I will not stand by silently as our government continues to fail to meet this crisis with the urgency it so demands. I urge your support. Our children deserve a healthy future. Our job is to fight for it. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to celebrate North American Film Association, NAFA, NAFA, an organization dedicated to promoting Marathi cinema and culture in North America. By making Marathi cinema more accessible, NAFA aims to preserve Maharashtrian rich culture, heritage, bridge cultural boundaries, and create a more diverse arts and cultural space. NAFA is having a film festival of Marathi films in San Jose, California on July 25th to 27, 2026, and I wish to convey my best wishes to NAFA. I also want to recognize Mr. Abhi Golap, an accomplished filmmaker and founder of NAFA. Abhi Golap is also deeply committed to service, supporting children with leukemia in rural India through the Gigi Bau Foundation. NAFA-साठी या मराठी खासदाराकडून खूप खूप शुभेच्छा. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
My remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, on March 13th, the Department of Defense issued new guidance. Military health clinics overseas would no longer provide rape test kits to American civilian workers and contractors serving alongside our service members abroad. These are our intelligence analysts, our teachers, our doctors, our support staff performing critical roles, all in support of our national security. And we broke a fundamental promise with them that when you serve your country in the most dangerous of places, your country will have your back. I spent my time on this House floor urging for the reversal of harmful cuts just like these, and I spend my time in committee questioning Secretary Hegseth as to why this policy was ever changed in the first place. But today I am glad to report that 8 days after the hearing with Secretary Hegseth, that policy has been reversed. It's proof that when the general public leans in and engages their government, and when members of Congress amplify those voices, we can make meaningful change. I'll continue to call out the cuts of this Trump administration because the cost to all of us is far too great. There's too much at risk when this administration blindly takes a sledgehammer to the federal government and the services Americans deserve. I urge my colleagues to follow this example, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to urge support for a crackdown on vision benefit managers, or VBMs, and their exploitive industry that exists only to profit from the eyeglass frames and lenses they make, the labs they own and operate, and the patient data gathering and mass retail operations built around them. VBMs not only undermine healthcare access and quality, but threaten the existence of independent eye care practices nationwide. VBM contracting abuses are already rampant, and their control over the independent eye care practices is only growing. We cannot turn a blind eye, pun intended, to the serious conflict of interest concerns when a plan becomes both a healthcare provider and a payer. We cannot ignore the significance of this unacceptable status quo, which has arbitrarily limited treatment options to those which are profitable for the VBM instead of effective for the patient. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back. Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the girls and women in my district who just lost access to their health care because of this budget bill. Just weeks after this bill passed, 2 Planned Parenthood clinics in Southwest Ohio are closing. Clinics thousands of girls and women rely on for things like cancer screenings and contraceptive care, their basic health care. It is a direct attack on women, and it's just the start. Millions and millions of Americans will lose their health care. In the end, more than 15 million people could be left without care, all to pay for tax cuts for millionaires, billionaires, and big corporations. All it takes is a Congress that's willing to make the wealthiest in America pay their taxes like the rest of us and give that 17 million Americans, or 15, their health care back. It is that simple. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Okay. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Republicans rammed through Trump's big budget betrayal with the largest cut to health care in American history. It will cut Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by over $1.1 trillion. In Michigan, in my state alone, over 450,000 people are now at risk of losing their health care coverage, including children, seniors, and people with disabilities in our district. These cuts will also impact EMS and ambulance services across our nation. This budget is going to shrink the funds available to these departments and make it impossible for them to keep operating. The impact will also be felt in rural areas where hospitals and community health centers will close because they rely heavily on Medicaid reimbursements. We all know we have sick care in our country, and Medicaid is that only Band-Aid right now to keep it all together. The bill is a death sentence, and over 50,000 people will die as a result of it. You'll see Republicans gave away trillions of dollars to the richest people on the planet and are letting our children and seniors die from the lack of health care coverage. They should be ashamed.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today frustrated by the chaos and harm that is being caused by House Republicans under the direction of the Trump administration. This week, the House is coming to a standstill because Republicans refuse to address the Epstein files, despite Trump's repeated commitments to the American people to do so. But their inability to deliver on their promises runs much deeper. Trump promised to end inflation and make America affordable again, yet inflation rose 2.7% in June, and the majority of Americans rightfully blame the White House for driving up the prices of food and groceries. Trump said his mass deportation agenda would only target violent criminals, but over 90% of detainees being held in New Jersey have no criminal convictions. Trump said he would improve the Affordable Care Act, yet he just signed a bill into law that cuts over $1 trillion from health care and will cause an average ACA premium increase of over $1,200 for people in our district. Amidst the chaos, the inaction, and the harm that is being caused in communities nationwide, Democrats will continue to do everything we can to protect and uplift those who we represent. And we will continue to present an alternative pathway forward, one that fulfills the promises of this country and delivers the results that all Americans deserve. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Robert Bob LeGrand, a pioneering figure in Texas basketball who passed away on July 19th. From 1976 to 1987, Coach LeGrand, also known as Snake, led the UTA men's basketball team to their first 20-win season and an NIT berth. Snake was known for his energy, his showmanship, his drive, his humor, and his legacy goes far beyond the wins. He helped the University of Texas at Arlington Move-In Mavs wheelchair basketball program start, and he was also very active in the Fort Worth chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi. Coach LeGrand, or Snake as everybody affectionately called him again, was just someone that everyone loved. You'd see him in downtown Fort Worth, you'd see him in Arlington, holding court with his sense of humor. And he was really someone that, regardless of your background, Snake was someone that you embraced. He is going to be missed. He was literally, figuratively and literally speaking, a towering figure in our community, and he will be greatly missed. My condolences to his wife, Gloria, and his children and grandchildren. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 102nd birthday of World War II veteran Philip Ramos. He is part of the greatest generation. He served in the U.S. Army Corps from 1942 to 1945. Then he returned home, served on local nonprofits, LA United Way, on the Cal State University Advisory Board, then as a council member, planning commissioner, treasurer, all for the city of Montebello. And Philip shows what it is to be part of the greatest generation. He fought World War II with honor and then returned home to build this great nation. Phil Ramos, happy birthday, and many more. Madam Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
To give this Congress a grade.
Do you ask for unanimous consent to address the House?
Unanimous consent to give the principal's grade to the United States Congress.
Does the gentleman ask to address the House for 1 minute?
For 1 minute, not to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are going to adjourn and not do the people's business because we've thus far gotten an F for the work for the people, this Congress. We've taken health care away from hundreds of thousands of people. We've taken SNAP payments, nutritional sustenance, away from tens and hundreds of thousands of people. We've made injuries to the earth, God's earth, which we're here to preserve and we only use. We've taken away from women the right to go to Planned Parenthood, to have health care that they need, important health care about their bodies. We've taken away protections for clean energy to change the rate of growth in global warming that affects our planet and affects our future with hotter and hotter summers and more problems, flash floods, fires, disasters. This Congress has earned an F. We do not deserve any more. I am ashamed to be a part of this Congress, but I will, because people need to stand up, speak the truth, stand up for things that the American people have stood for a long time, like justice, due process, fairness, caring about the little guy, caring about giving people something who have not enough, but not something to people who have too much, millionaires and billionaires. I yield back the balance of my time. An F.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I now move that the House adjourn sine die.
Does the gentleman move that the House adjourn?
That too.
Well, the question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
We got it.
The ayes have it. Per the chair and Baby Peanut, the motion is adopted. According, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.